Why, hello there. Make sure everything is all happy really quick. It seems all right. You, you seems all right. Eh, no, that's not where that is. You seem okay. Excellent. All right. So, what we discovered is that I've made a mistake. This is often the case, especially when I'm the only person working on it. Let me get this going real quick here. And we'll get started. So when you delete the room connection this way, we end up putting it right back where it was. And that's a problem. We got to think about how we want to do that. We could do... I think what we need to do here is do like a... like this. And so instead of just replacing the whole room data, we replace the fields. Um yeah. I'm just thinking about like where do I put this? I could put it in here, or we could put it on room data. I don't think I want to though, because this is kind of a map specific task. So hmm. I think we can reuse this here. And I think we can go here. Um we can say as room data. Um And we can update it like this. Can't be used as a sitter because it's final. What else in room data is final? Is there a compelling reason for this to be final? Would that break anything? I don't think so. Connection IDs can be final. That's fine because we end up marshaling that anyway. It doesn't really need to be um set by anything. We end up clearing them out and splitting them up. Then we can do this. And I think we'll skip the check. The thing is, the goose is loose. Sorry about that. I need to say hello a different way each day, and I'm having to get quite creative. Nice. How you doing today, Duvkin? This needs to gracefully handle null without shooting ourselves in the foot immediately. Is the tricky part. Um. The other thing we could do. I'm all right just dealing with the results of other programmers' folly. Well, I'm dealing with the results of my own folly, so, you know. Is that better or worse? I don't know. Really quite infuriating. I mean, it can be. But depends on the nature of the folly. I try to extend my colleagues the same grace I extend myself when I have to go fix my follies and go, well, I made a mistake, but like it's software, we can fix it. If it was me, I can at least yell at the man responsible. I try to extract myself from the code because that way lies trouble, right? I've known people, I've worked with people that didn't do that. And I think they were probably harder on themselves than anybody else was, like a lot of us are. But I was once yelled at for as a QA for testing edge cases, like using the back button and changing a field in a form. So if you're too attached to the code and to like if it is you, it's hard to get feedback. It's hard to recognize the faults and the flaws without like being offended. Like you might not show it, but like you feel it, you know? Something I struggle with always, but like it's a goal. I do extend them the same grace, however, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so that's not as helpful as one might presume. I don't actually confront them, but it makes me sad. Yeah, I mean, like, stuff happens though, you know? We live in a really messy, crazy world. And this needs to be fixed really quick. Hang on. And like it's easy to make sensible assumptions that wind up being not true, you know? There we go. I'm known on my team as the thorough tester, and I wear that like a badge of honor. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. And that's just like that's the other angle too. Is you know everything in balance, right? Keeps coming back up in my life to where you can acknowledge and accept that imperfections will happen, but also continue to strive for craftsmanship. You know, in the work you do. You won't find many other people that do, but that's a whole nother argument, you know, about the industry and the shitty place it is. But actually, I was thinking about that just this morning in the shower, and it's actually kind of a good thing that the job market is so completely crap right now. Because everybody who doesn't truly love like writing code and making things that are good, I'm doubtful that they are right now writing code if they don't have a job. So like maybe it'll help the market in the future a little bit. Maybe. Between that and the people willingly surrendering their skills and abilities, I think I'm still bullish on the future of the job market for software. It's just a really shitty time for it. All right, let's go unshitty this software. Speaking of, I think a lot of programming is psychology. If we don't have enough tests, there's probably an organizational problem, either in the code or company stuff like that. Well, there's that one guy, I forget who now, who basically said the architecture of your software always represents the internal communication structure of the company, which is kind of in that same vein. And I don't know, I can kind of see what he was talking about in my own experiences a little bit. But also I don't know like how does that apply in this code base where it's only me? There is no communication structure other than me to y'all and chat boxes, you know. Never heard of that makes sense. So yeah, it was let's see. Software architecture always reflects the company Communication structure. Let's see who that was. Conway's Law. Continued in Wikipedia. Flashbang. Describes the link between communication structure of organizations and the systems they design. Organizations which design systems in the broad sense used here are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of these organizations. I guess it applies beyond the code, but still like applies to, right? And all kinds of other lovely things that we could read, but I don't want to right now. I'll drop a link for anybody who wants to go further down the rabbit hole. That link is going to be probably broken. Most important law of programming is Hanlon's razor. That's the most obvious solution is the correct one, right? To paraphrase. That link may be broken because there's a apostrophe in it. For reasons, I guess. Okay, so what if instead of putting this here, because null is a case that we have to handle, never ascribe to malice what could be stupidity. Oh, yes, okay. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Occam's razor. That's the other one. Searching for explanations, construct with the smallest possible set of elements. Yeah, simplest solution. Okay. We're going to put this into room data. Clone without connections. And it's going to look a lot like this right here, except those won't be in here. And then up here, we'll still do that. We'll set this. We'll just chuck a little if in here. If it's null right now, then add it to the table. Otherwise, copy that in. And then update the connections based on our new stuff. The problem here though room table at this UUID is offset location. This goes here. Except we also need I guess it would be if room to update UUID is not equal to if it's not null, this shouldn't happen. I don't think. As room data UUID. Room updated room ID does not match current map tiles current map room tile ID. Let's do that. However, I find that when bug hunting, the most esoteric answer is probably correct. I don't know. It depends. Depends on how clever the author was. Clever in large air quotes. Which goes to another interesting quote I recall often that I read early in my programming career. Let me see if I can find it. Kernahan's lever. Brian Kernahan famously wrote, "Everyone knows that debugging is twice as hard as writing a program in the first place. So if you're as clever as you can be when you write it, how will you ever debug it?" From the Elements of Programming Style, 2nd edition, Chapter 2. Perhaps how clever he thought he was. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I have encountered this many times. I read that early on, and it sort of helped to start defining my theory of just keep it simple applies here too, right? And I try to remain in that keeping it simple mindset. Okay. The problem is that is beautiful. I will need that tattooed on my forehead. It's a really good quote. And it really holds true. We clone you without connections. And we update connections. The problem with this is that they're all going to look like new connections if we do that. So we have to also... And because we're not doing this multiple times anymore, we can actually just ditch this function entirely. That's much nicer. I would rather do that. Reusability is a huckster's ruse? Yes and no, right? Very cool, but the reason for wildly overwrought designs. yes and no, right? Like it's all balance. And there's a Go proverb for you. There's even a thing. A little copying is better than a little dependency, to quote Rob Pike. A thing that I often fall back to as an axiom. Um, this needs to be a little smarter. Because there's two distinct paths here. If it's a null, we can just lay this down. If it's not, though, we want to keep the connection objects. If you have to justify a design by saying that it makes it more reusable, there's probably a simpler way to do it. Um, yes and no. Like, it's easy to run afoul of Yagni there, right? And to over-engineer a thing against a maybe. It's a very easy trap that we will all fall into repeatedly, even if we try to avoid it. Because that's just how our brains work, right? um, but also there's times when you're like, I know for sure I'm really going to want to do this. I can already see cases where I probably will. In which case, like, it makes a little bit more sense, right? Why are you auto-adjusting? Camera, I have turned you this off multiple ways. I want you to stop trying to do that. You mess it up every time. Off. Off. Stop it. Um, like a really good, easy, simple example is uh like launching a Go program on multiple ports, like having it listen configurable ports for the server you're about to launch, right? Doing that arguably makes it more reusable, usable in different ways and things and, stuff. The operative is have to justify. Simple abstractions don't need justifications. That's not true, though. You'll always find somebody asking, well, why did you do this? And like in a healthy environment, that's a legitimate question. In a shitty environment, it's because somebody thinks that they are better than you in every way possible and they have a bone to pick, right? And I've been in both environments and like things like that have come up. And in the good environment, when you say, well, here's the simple reason, then usually you go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. We're going to do this. Yeah, we come back to we need different behavior. basically. Um, let's just do that. And it kind of makes this pointless. We're going to have a little bit of duplication in behavior here in that. Well, maybe not. Maybe we can just get away with cloning in here and it'll be fine. Um Possibly have different definitions for simple. What I'm thinking of is the abstractions that require a multi-paragraph post on the dev channel to explain and justify. Um, so it's just axioms are always wrong, right? So, like, there's always you just can't make hard, fast, concrete statements about software like that. I realize that saying that axioms are always wrong is a hard, fast, concrete statement. So there's probably cases where that's wrong too, you know? Heaven forbid needing a meeting for that explanation. Well, I've been to places where you needed meetings for everything. Like, I've worked at that place where every single thing had to be a meeting because Scrum Masters had to justify their existence. Like, I get what you're hinting at, and you're right. Like, there is a level where it becomes absurd, but like, there's no, like, all of these things are red flags and smells, but there are also cases and environments where, like, they're not. Like, try to keep it as simple as possible is a good rule of thumb for sure. And a little copying is better than a lot of, what was it, dependencies? The exception makes the rule. I mean, kind of. I just really hate those axioms because you see them thrown around a lot by influencery types, right? What was there's one just the other day. It was terse code is easier to read than, or something about being terse code is easier to read, basically, was the point. And the counter argument is, well, okay, that's not true because nested ternaries are terse. They're hard to read, right? Wouldn't say it's always true, it's just frequently is, yeah. Phrasing it in extremes makes people think, I find. I mean, does it though? Because, like, I've been back on social media since I started doing the streaming thing. I was really happy to not be on social media in the before times. But, like, as part of trying to, grow as a streamer, you pretty much got to do social media. So there I am. And it's just full of people either engagement baiting with legendarily bad takes or like reposting the same groupthinky brain rot extreme nonsense over and over again. Like, you see it happen all the damn time. No thought is happening in most of those. Like, just the other day, somebody replied to somebody else, like a quote tweet, right? Saying that if you're scared of a curl command piped into bash, you're a junior. Like, what? Like, piping a script directly from curl into your environment is legitimately scary. Like, that, yeah. I don't understand how anybody could disagree with that thought. There lie dragons, for sure. All right. We need to still do these things in our new tile update. I think it just has to live in here. It's the only place that makes sense. Throw that otherwise. Also here, let's go ahead. We'll put in offset location is, hang on. Yes. Except this is going to put our connections in. It makes you react. If I said sometimes when you make abstractions they're unnecessary, you'd likely agree and move on. However, using the rule made you consider the edges of my statement. It made me consider it for sure. But that's what I do. It's something I do a lot more here because like the interaction and the talking about Cody things is kind of like just part of what I do, right? It puts me into that mindset for sure. That is, if you're a person who thinks yes, which I know you are, right? I wouldn't say that to someone who's new to programming. I might accept it as an axiom. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I find that doing this is actually really good for practicing, like critically evaluating stuff, because sometimes chat says crazy things. Sometimes it's crazy in a good way, and sometimes it's crazy in a bad way. um, but also like, you know, it's good for being an engaging conversation too. So like, I'm extra motivated to kind of take it apart and think about it and really like have that conversation, because part of what we do here is just talk about code stuff, you know. It's been a good influence on my brain, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We are the chaos. It's true. It's true. I am also the chaos and an advocate for chaos when I am in chat. there's um there's a guy, he's super funny. His Twitch is Finn is Fine. His company is Robots Make Games. Lately he's been playing games because he's kind of burnt out, which I sympathize with. But I've been advocating whenever I go hang out in his chat. I've been advocating KSP, Kerbal Space Program, which other people have been trying to get him to play too, because he's a Englishman turned New Zealander, and all that entails. And the idea of him struggling to get Jeb to the mun sounds deeply entertaining. He's been playing puzzle games. Pretty good time if you need some background noise. I don't know if he dual streams to YouTube or not. That's another thing I gotta think about if I want to be on other platforms or not. Like, I looked at Kick, everything around Kick like seems kind of just gross. But like, it is a platform, and all of the things that make them kind of seem gross is the fact that they're trying to grow their service, right? So there's just like a lot of paid stuff that's a lot of the IRL shit is over there, which is just bizarre and weird. Um, but like being on a growing platform would probably be advantageous. I might do it for a couple months. Give Restream a couple bucks. Those from Down Under are great. Yes. Dealing with God's greatest mistakes makes them surprisingly funny. It's right. And when I say Englishman, I mean he seems to be like more of the English redneck flavor of Englishman. Who the sort of people I have worked with in the past are deeply funny in the same way. Like in that dry but also lots of swearing and ranting way. I worked with a guy from Manchester. Uh just absolutely hysterically funny. Especially because he was he was the guy that got tasked with handling iPads and crap in the era when Apple was at first trying to do like a voice everything on the iPad. And it was basically the same story as the Scottishman tries to use the voice activated elevator thing. Okay, so we can clone you there, but hang on. This should already be a clone. But there's nothing enforcing that it is, which is why we cloned it again, just to be sure. Like, doing the update on the map can be a little bit expensive. That's fine. Brits and similar folk are great. I would vote for the spiffing Brit as benevolent president of Earth. And like, I grew up like playing internet games with people in England and the UK in general and Australia and basically anywhere that had high-speed internet at that time. Canada. So like it's given me a strange what I have come to understand is like a strange view of the world where like you know everybody's just we're all just bros out here doing stuff, you know. And like people make a big deal about differences um that they're just weird to me. Like I encounter it sometimes. I'm like, what? His recent YouTube exploit vid was wild. Yeah, I see it come up every so often, but like I don't watch a ton of stuff like that. I watch Let's Game It Out because he's really funny, but also it gives you good ideas for like um because he's like a chaos monkey QA tester basically, right? And it gives you ideas of how games fail and makes you think a little bit more deeply about how to not have these things be a thing. Like you know, put a if you're going to have an invisible wall, put a top on it or make it go higher than you could theoretically build a thing. He did Windrose semi recently and discovered that if you box in one of the pirate ships in wharfs, it it despawns them eventually, and they turn into loot. So you can just like farm loot. His recent one was 7 hours long. He found a way to break the YouTube ad algorithm. Interesting. Well, that may be more relevant to my interest for sure. I don't know if I'm going to watch 7 hours. I say as the guy who makes like 8 hours of coding for the past couple weeks a day. But like when I see the viewing graph and it's like all over, dips, peaks, and valleys, I'm like, that makes sense. It was real long. That's also part of why it's hard for me to extract shorts too, is that like even in a 4 hour stream, it's really hard to find that moment that you thought, oh yeah, I should clip that. Okay. Um, it's not 7 hours of content. He explains the exploit that the video is actively taking advantage of in the first 30-ish minutes. Okay, gotcha. Good to know. I'll try to put it on my to-do list. It is Monday, right? Right. Yes, Monday. So it'll be not coding stream days. I may jump on and play some games a little earlier in the day. Um, but not like all day. It'll be like a 4 hour max, and then I'll go work on other projects. But I could probably find some time to take a look at that there. Somehow it is Monday, right? The past 2 weeks have just kind of been a blur. Well, the first week because it was like, 95 degrees in here every day, making me just delirious with heat. um, but cranking the dial to 11 for the past 3 weeks has just kind of made them fly by. It's crazy to think 3 weeks have already gone by. Um, I got that fixed. Yeah, yeah. AC has been repaired. It was more expensive than I wanted it to be, but like it wasn't gonna work to not. See, this is where I would want to use the clone without. But I guess I could do. I could do this. And we could probably remove cloning from the higher up things and just let this handle it. Um, and then we can do whatever we want. So like in here, I can say, update that with this new offset location. If the ID is different, we got problems, my dude. So throw that exception. Um, here we can say cardinal connections is an empty list. Clear the connection lists. We'll let the connection update code handle that. I don't need to specify list here. I just need that. Tag connections. The same there. And then we write that there. I guess the else. We'll throw that exception if the IDs don't match. That's still true. Then we don't need to worry about the ID. This needs to be, we're just going to update everything but the connections. And I guess the easier and more sure way to do that would be to say clone data tag connections is room to update connections, cardinal tag connections. We'll basically do the same thing. I totally forgot this to list. I would like to not arrow func these. Just because I find that less readable. And I should go fix it over there too. And we do the same thing with the cardinal. Like so. Let's go fix this really quick. That's already there. That's a little bit nicer to read. Clone the current connections into the cloned data to achieve update of all fields except. Actually, do I need to clone them? Because we're about to go muck about with them. This is the wrong room anyway. This should be current tile, cardinal connections. Copy the current connections to our clone data to set it on the map so that the connection update logic can handle the connection changes appropriately. And then we can just do current tile tagged connections. Put that back in that I lost along the way. And then we use our new connection data and we update that. Yeah. but we also need to offset location X, offset location Y is equal to our cloned data. So that we update all that good stuff. And let's see if our tests will pass now. Well, not quite, but stateroom connection deleted. I forgot that I don't have a stringer for connection data, and maybe I should. Let's see, this is failing at 473, not, no, 1456. Cardinal connections is the updated cardinal connections, updated data. Polar 3-3, cardinal connections. Okay, this is a good place to take a stretch break, stand up, stretch out, and I'm gonna make some more coffee because my coffee's broken. I'll be right back. All right, that'll take a minute to heat up. You made more coffee because your coffee's broken? Yeah. You know, when you try to take a drink of a beverage and no beverage comes out, it's broken. Okay, so let's figure out. We expect 1456 U. Cardinal connections need to equal these cardinal connections. Oh my god, so true, right? That came from an old Kiwi friend of mine. It was usually in the context of beer. We used to hang out at the racetrack with our other friends. Sometimes he would say, I better go get a new beer. This one's broken. Kind of like how my accountant is broken after Steam Summer Sale. That'll happen. Do you love me a Steam sale, though? For sure. All right, there's the water. One sec. There we go. Give that a second to be drinkable. I got I got Dune on sale. It was a pretty good price. And Space Marine 2. I played Space Marine 2, like the first mission. I streamed that. It was a lot of fun. And I'll do more of it for sure eventually. But then I did Dune Awakening the next day. And Dune Awakening is really like, because it's a survival crafting game and it's a big old world to kind of run around in and explore and rub my face all over. That's like, it's really right up my alley. I really like that kind of game. Um, when we finish that one, maybe we'll do some more Space Marine. I want to finish Shen Chen. I forget how you pronounce that correctly. I want to finish that one. I want to finish. I want to play Exapunks. Um, and then I don't know. We'll figure out. Windrose looks kind of cool. I got to go look into it and see um if I want to do that, or there might be something new. I feel like I should probably be chasing the new trend for promotional reasons. But if nothing coming out looks compelling, then maybe we'll do Valheim. Or we could do something else. I don't know. But we'll also have to see like how that goes. That channel may go to sleep. Depending on like how things go. If I have to go get a real job, then I want to make my streaming schedule, which will be constrained, right? My streaming time will be probably devoted to writing code still. Or I don't know. Like, I may do something else. I may just make more videos or something. I would like to avoid that day. That's what I would like. So cardinal connections should be the same as the updated data cardinal connections, but the update tile with the updated data. My update data includes you. We set the last to stage for deletion. After we update, okay, yeah. Then we need to remove the last connection so that we can compare data. So updated data, cardinal connections is cardinal connections, what was it? Sublist 0 len of updated. This is Go syntax. We need to updated data, cardinal connections length -1. That should get this fixed. Yeah, connection deleted. Correct. Okay. This guy is just off by an amount. Uh 1512. Target connection origin point X. This should be target origin. This should be. This is the old offset. I should have a helper for this. Except for that's going to be I think that's private. Either make it public or get real coordinate. No. Get offset coordinate for target origin. Or target connection, rather. Origin point. That will replace this. We still need to as room data it. Like so. Let's see. Destination also needs to be corrected. It'll be the same thing except for it's the destination point. Why is this? Because I have an extra paren. There we go. All right. Now, coordinate is not a subtype of type room data. Oh, duh. Um, Get tile at offset is the one I need. And the same is true for this. Hey, Kyle, how's it going? Am I? I'm doing all right. Just fixing up my test, catching some bugs. Update room connection added. Connection ID of the new thing has no parent ID in connection table. That's not ideal. Let's take a look. Updated data. Because we did sublisty things, that's why. Update room connection added. Why did I cut off? I replaced is what I did. Good, excellent. I replaced a connection with a new connection. Right? But we can't really do that now because this no longer resolves based on list contents. It relies upon you to tell it when you're deleting a thing so that it can do all the cleanup and all that good stuff. So we can do that still. Origin, target destination. Cardinal connections, remove the target connection. But we remove you from target. This is not going to be correct anymore. We would need to let's put you back to added. Because we have a target tile. Target connection tile is you. Target connection tile. Target origin is this guy. So instead of doing this, we need to do cardinal connections at the index Target, we can do last. Last dot stage for deletion is true. And then test controller, update tile, target origin. And then with our update data, this just becomes my cardinal connections. And then we add the new connection on the end of it. And then this should work, I think. Connection added, it doesn't work. Has no parent ID in connection table. Update tile with updated data. This is all my target tile goodies. And the new connection. Target origin location, target destination location. This might not need an ID anymore. Because it gets a placeholder. I need to look at that. Part of the reason we do this is that we let the connection data here manage all this stuff for us. It's going to be in the updates. It's not a deleted one. It's cardinal connection, update that table. We do all that. Worry about the tag list. Same for the tag connections. Add connection to tag map. Set data in the connection tile we're referencing. Like so. Actually, it would have been in the clear operation. We remove you from the parent room tile. We get the connection tile. Delete connection for vector. Update connection tile. Okay. That's just that. If these things are room datas, then set the default tag if missing, if I have my connection data there. Opposite chord. Opposite room. Put in a placeholder. And because of that placeholder, this needs to be not a new connection ID. But target origin. Cardinal connections. Except I think it'll be last. The ID. And then it should be able to update correctly. Doesn't though. No, still no parent ID and connection table. No, I'm mistaken. This won't be This won't be in here. It's only on the connection tile that this exists. And I don't think that actually matters to us. I think we handle both cases. Trying to remember. So if we don't find you, I've called the wrong thing, I think. Update connection tile and update connection are different. Okay, so I called update connection here. That is correct. This updates connection data. The tile is a different critter. This figures out kind of similarly what to do. Remove is still correct, I believe. Actually, this call doesn't need to be made at all because we use the normal update machinery that should take care of that for us. Update connection data, connection to update new connection. Actually, hang on one sec. I just remembered I need to do. Sure that dude's wasting my time, but I'll do my due diligence. This needs to be set to new connection. That's what I'm missing. All of that. Oops. That's what's getting skipped. We rely upon you to give us good information. Okay. Still missing parent ID and connection table. Get tilet offset, we get that. Tag connections, add. It'll add a default tag, that should be fine. Why is this not? Oh, because we won't know. That's why. There's two different calls here because we don't know. If you're a new connection, we have to get the tile at offset. Otherwise, we can get your parent directly. Okay, that's fine. Arguably, we could use either one here. It's fine. So we go through, we update the tags. It's a new connection though. If you're cardinal, we go ahead and add you. Connection table, connection to update ID equals parentile UUID. Target origin location. Is my check correct? It's an exception. It's an exception in here. Get connection parent tile in update connection data. Except we set that. So why isn't that triggering the addition? Okay, we're here. So now let's come into here. So connection to update. We don't know which one this will be. I guess we would need to go into this. It never gets there. Okay. So we need to know. Hang on, stop that. Re-debug that. We need to know what the updated data. It's going to be my cardinal connections, be the last one. New enter, new exit. New connection is true. Could be in the room update. It's probably in the room update, but from 1 to 0 1 is what we're looking for. 1 to 0 1. 1 to 0 1 to 1 2 0 2 1 2 2 1 2 0 2 0 1. Did I send the wrong? It's 1 to 0 1, right? And then the exception. Did I send the wrong thing in like an idiot? Probably. Probably is the answer to that question. Take me update room. On data in room to update. No, that's you. I clone that data in, but I go through the room to update. I overwrite this with the current tile's connections, but I update based on room to update. Let's debug this. Take you out for a second. Okay, now I've lost my way. Hang on. We need to do this way. We could turn them off and on, but okay. Now we can go in here. Room to update. Cardinal Connections still has the new guy at the end here in position 8. So now, and new connection is still set to true. So then we're going to go into update connection land. Ooh, hang on. We didn't even get there? Oh, I broke on the wrong place. I'm a dummy. All right, get out of there. Get out of there. Back in. Down here. Update connection. I want to be an update connection data. Okay. So we do this. Con data. 1 1 to 0 0. 1 1 to 1 0. 2 0. 1 1 to 2 1. 2 2. 1 1 to 1 2. 1 1 to 0 2. 1 1 to 0 1. Somewhere in this, something's going wrong. Or I'm confused. Either way is equally possible. Let me also break. Actually, hang on. I got to do this. I'm going to do this. Otherwise, it becomes a mess. And you go away as well for a second. There. Now, I want to break here. Room to update. Cardinal connections and tag connections. You've only got cardinals. New is still true in here. I want to go on data. Try error? What? 1 1 to 1 0. 2 0. 2 1. 2 2. 1 2. 0 2. 0 1. Right here. Missing. Hey, Sad, how's it going? Did I overwrite? We clone you. Clone you. Trying, getting error, then fixing, then trying. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like, it's a test error, but it's exposing a possible bug. Well, I mean, this sure seems to be a bug to me. And then we're doing that. Updated data. Um, Before this, room to update. Cardinal connections. The last index is our new 1101. When we go through here, I mean, not using AI, you try to fix by yourself. I don't use AI. Con data. How is that getting overwritten like that? That's deeply weird. Okay, let's see. Like right before here, it's fine, and then it goes to hell right there. Why would that? Cardinal connections, tag connections. It's in the cardinal. Um, we would have to do tagged, but for testing, why this be? Concurrent modification during, oh, it's because we update you. I see. Connection to update. We clone the connection in, but this does destination tables and all that. This updates the data, and only the data. At index, a connection data clone, connection to update. Target tile update connection, connection data clone, connection update. Update connection in a target tile gets a copy of that. Set destination table value. Where is this? Like, obviously I see where it's modifying the parent tiles list. Worry about our tags there. How is that resulting in data loss? We don't update these until after the fact. I can see that doing something, but that's why we do it at the end, so that they know the state currently. Um, we can do a copy of the list, pass that in. That's not a problem. The end of our list here is our new guy still. And then did I forget to there's something related to clone where I didn't clone. Nope, I cloned new connection as well. That wouldn't be it. Um, did I just shadow con data? No, that's not it either. Okay, well, let's keep digging. 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 to 0 2 1 1 to 0 1. Is somehow not. What in the world? Um, let's do this and see if we can understand what's going on here. Okay. So our room to update, cardinal connections. The last index has the new connection, all of that. In our copy, the last index has the new connection and all of that. So it has to be happening in here that something's getting modified that shouldn't be. Okay. So that means that this is probably fine, which makes sense. It should be. We go update connection. If your stage deletion deleted, otherwise come in here. So basically, we got to go in. Right here. And go through. Connection update is going to be the first one. So it's not new. We get the parent tile for this connection. Your cardinal. We go through. If the connection data ID is equal to connection to update ID, then we go and check the tags, make sure they're good. And parent tile, cardinal connections still doesn't have the new guy. Or should it, right? We do that. If this guy, connection to update is CD, connection data. If he's not equal to the data I've passed in, then we'll set it here at the index, which we don't do. So we're done here in this loop. We add it to the tag map. We update the connection on the target tile, the connection tile. So that just sets him. It is a same map connection. So we figure out our destination offset, set destination table value, and then we're done. Cardinal connections at 8 is still new here. This is still not new. So we end up in here. We look at the tags. We decide that it doesn't need to be updated. Should have put a break up here. Right there. Okay. Back down here. It ends up in here. Doesn't need to be updated. We're done. We go ahead, clean that up. Why aren't you... because I put you at the wrong spot. That's why. I saw something. You. Oh yeah, we deleted that. That's right. All right. You're still new in here. Con data. We're in 1.1 to 1.2. That's all still correct. We end up in here. Okay. Still set in there. We're still correct. 1.1 to 0.1. Okay. So my room to update is still good there. But this is not. .176FF, and this has changed too. Is there another somehow ID? That doesn't make any sense. Is there someplace in here where we set something in data by accident? In the connection to update. We clone it. We clone it. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? We add you to the connection table. If you're cardinal, we check your ID. If you don't have the tag in my new tags, then we do that. Now I need to check your file extensions before saying hi? What? So confused. Twitch is still buggy. Gotcha. Unfortunate. Tag map. Tag. Dart, Go versus Rust. Gotcha. Not here for the Rust, huh? Oh, let's see here. Why would this be? This only works on. If I go through my current tags, if my new list tag doesn't have that, then I remove it. We are natural enemies. It's possible that I may also be a natural enemy of the Rust. It is entirely possible. We'll have to see. But this is a good example of how it's impossible to please everyone. Because my rusty rustation viewers also are notably absent on days when I don't rust. So it be, so it be. Um, we clone you if you don't match, but we add the connection to tag map. That only works on the tag map. I'm fine watching Rust. I will allow myself some jokes. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Connection to update. The location, we get our connection tile from you. Also, Rust Drama was so fun, the Linux one. With the kernel stuff? I don't think fun is how I would describe all that. Deeply frustrating in general. Just like, as the guy that's like, you should do the things that make you happy. Like, I find it deeply frustrating. Get tile. That's connection tile and target tile, though. None of this is changing the connection to update. We set the value in destination table. Um, we could. Oop, not that one. This one. Oh my gosh. We could just clone it at the start. Can't be referenced for it's declared. Okay, fine. We could just clone you at the start. And then we wouldn't even need to do this. I would be okay with that as a philosophy, as a thing. Um, let's see. I just seen this so many times at work. To see this play out in public was so good. Back in 2020, one of the team I was working on was like, let's rewrite everything in Rust using OpenGL Vulkan to write our own Rust UI framework. Yeah. Did you see the new Go additions? I did not. I saw some folks are kind of upset. Also, startup I worked for in 2024 had similar idea. Yeah. But like, that's like the evangelist issue, right? I feel like anything even remotely complicated Rust would be really hard as it is missing ergonomic features. I mean, maybe Go doesn't have a lot of ergonomic features, right? And it's better for it. So like, maybe, maybe. What Go additions are we talking about here? Last one I saw was they did something weird with um generics, maybe I forget. But Go is simple. Truth. Very, very true. So Go itself is ergonomic. Also true. Let's see. That's the blog, but not the function changes in Go 1.26. That's not. That was December. Um, let's see here. This is the 126 release notes. Where's the minor stuff? It's generics and methods instead of functions. So, I don't know. I need a link because search doesn't work anymore on the friggin' internet. um, but you could put generics in methods before. Like methods are just a function that takes a reference to a struct or hangs off of a struct. Let me get you a link. Yeah, that'd be helpful. Because I found like the 126 stuff, but I didn't find anything else that was being discussed. And I can never remember where to put they put their minor release notes. Let's all just agree to code in COBOL from now on, the only real programming language. You know, I keep hearing that for some reason. I feel like there's an underground COBOL movement. How's it going, Sai? Okay. Let me run this just for shiggles. Okay. Still no parent ID and connection table. This is so weird. Take this out. Take that out, because that's for the adding stuff, which all works wonderfully. Sup? Oh, just, chasing bugs. Trying to understand what I did wrong here. This is equal to cloned data. But that's based on our copy, not anything new. And this is our room to update, which is the new data. Which isn't even current tile. Nothing should mutate this. Con data. So 1 1 is 0 0. 1 0. 2 0. 2 1. 2 2. 1 2. 02, and then 01, which is mutated somehow. Some real debugging. Love to see it, right? How is that even possible? Because you're not, even at this point, changed here. I'm so confused. Um, and we can't do. Well, okay, actually, hang on. Because these are all connection data structs. Um, we have to do. Connection data clone CD to list. And then we'd have to do that. Comment that out for a second. That could be part of it. Still confused as to where it'd be getting changed. But that is true. It is what's happening. How would that be? Because we clone you inside of here. Unless coordinate room location, offset location. Unless it's in here. But that wouldn't happen until after this block had already run. Like, that doesn't make any sense, because we're working with a copy of the data in update connection. We get a reference, or we pull out the actual tile. In either of these cases, I'm in the wrong place. In either of these cases, like we even went so far as to clone it at the very beginning here, the update data should not be being modified, nor should this be changing the data that's coming in. This is a completely new room data, but oh, 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 oh. This may be test code problems. I'll leave this because since we copy it anyway, like, we'll just do it in one. I forgot to change it here. That's okay. We can do that really quick. Um, Same here, as a matter of fact. But because we don't, target tile is a clone. Target tile location. We set our new connection. Starting ID is storing location. We update you there. In my room data clone, clones all of those. That should mean we're working with nice new data. We even clone you just to be doubly sure. We don't do a clone here though. We clone it to work with this stuff so that we can muck about with that. This causes different failures. Um, this is probably a red flag though, that something funky is happening here and that I need to rethink some stuff for reliability. We still need to get the current tile so that we can do that for sure. Hmm. And I can't. So bizarre. Let's do... We know that this is going to throw us a concurrent whatchamadealio modification or whatever error. I'm interested in knowing where that comes from, though, but this I don't think is going to give me that. It might happen in here. It might give me an idea in here if I let it complete. Connection added. Concurrent modification during iteration. Here. Here. Update room. Tile to update. Ends up in here. Doesn't tell me. Just iterator move next. Doesn't tell me where. Whoops. Go. Nope. Oh, what's going to happen before I even get into the test code? That's right. Step in. You're not staged for deletion. Step in. Clone you. Do the things. Uh, win. It's got to be in the deletion, right? Parent room tile. If you're cardinal, get connection data tile. Clear connection from table. Yeah, this shouldn't matter either. Let's go forward though until either we hit it or stage for deletion is true. 1120. It should be the next one. No. I'm incorrect there, but 01. Stage for deletion is true. Step in. Step in. Clear connection. Parent room tile. If you're cardinal, parent room tile, remove that. But this should still not be, this should still be a copy of the data. Cardinal, we do that. Delete connection for vector. My connection vector. Update connection tile. Clear it from tables. This connection, remove this ID, remove connection for tag map, this connection. We return update adjacent connection tiles. All of that works. Okay, and then we end up in here again. 33, 1121, 1122, 1112, 1102, 01. Why is it going through twice? Right there is where it happened. Update tile, update room, room to update. Interesting tile at 1-1. That should be you. Target origin. This is the test. Remove the connection currently placed in here. You're not a copy, but that shouldn't matter. Oh no, because we're not. Okay, that's why. That's why. Okay. So this is a test code error. Um, because of the way we treat this. Well, hang on. Clone data. We did this so that we don't end up needing to update this if we change the room struct in the future. Because we already have a clone, but current tile in this case will be not a clone. How do I want to do this? It's really annoying that Dart doesn't have pointers so that you just don't know for sure if you have a deep copy or not without like miserable amounts of looking and thinking. Because sometimes you have copies and sometimes you don't. What if I taught room data to copy its own connections? And then I could just get copies of those easily. The other option is that we just clone the whole thing, which is less code. Um, Current tile. Then we can set that like so. And um probably need to do that. The Cardinals is current clone Cardinal connections. And we do the same thing with the tagged. I don't love this, but um copy the current data so we can preserve the current connection state until it's time to let the connection update logic handle that. So set the current tile data to the new data. Put the connection list from the old data in place. What I really should do here. No, I don't want to. I don't want to create a new object because then I wind up in the same problem that I'm trying to avoid. Where if I add anything to room data, it becomes a hidden foot gun that it won't get copied correctly. I have to edit a clone already. So that's already one foot gun, but there's no way around that one that I'm aware of. Like, it's a lot of copying data, but they're not huge, and it's fine. It's an update operation. It can be a little bit expensive. It's not a thing that happens a ton. Um, Now, if I take this out and just go back to my simple dealio, except for scroll too far. We use cloned data here. Wrong button. Like so. Okay, and then we break the deleted test. Longer than expected, so you don't get deleted, basically. We'll have to take a look at that. But first, I need to use the restroom really quick and get a beverage. I'll be right back. There we go. All right. Thinking about how this might just be a wrong approach. Let's figure out why this is broken first really quick, I suppose. Because it was fine before. Your updated data here. Target tile is a clone. So let's go ahead and debug this. Get to there, and then we can go into our update room stuff here. We know you're gonna be over here. Let's go there. Okay, we clone the current tile. We set the map to that. And then we set you to the connections in our current tiles clone data that we do before we mess with anything at all. So room to update, the last cardinal connection should be flagged to be deleted. And it is. And then we go into our update connection here, which should run through. Instance of connection data. What happened here? Hang on. Stop. Where did that? That's not what we saw. We didn't throw an error. Oh, okay. No, right. This is hang on. Not that. Connection model. Yeah, it's you. Okay. Connection data. Um, let's give you a stringer real quick. Um, we want our ID. Split this for me so I can make sure. Origin. Origin. This should have a stringer. Destination. Destination. Enter message. Exit message. Got my $, transit, exits, tags. I think this will print. Do DCs have stringer? They don't. Um, that override you, and then I can do um spot DC and use DC. New connection is new connection staged for deletion is staged for deletion. Modified is modified. Okay. It's kind of gross and ugly, but it'll make this way easier. So we expected this. We got this, which at location 7 is this, which longer than expected. Location 7. So this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 1 to 0, 1. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know about this output. 1, 1 to 0, 1, though, should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 1, 1 to 0, 1 should not be here, but it is. Okay, so it's not removing the thing. This should be annotated like so as an override. That's fine. That's what we more or less expected. Um, but why is the question now? So in clear connection, we remove you, we remove you. Bum, 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 bum. Mm. Need to get that changed. Okay. So the before the problem was we immediately added it right back, but we fixed that by changing how we do the update logic. All the sizing stuff got changed. That's fine. Update root. So we clone our update data now. We have a current tile. If it's null, it's just a simple addition option. We're good there. Otherwise, we check the ID, make sure it's the correct thing, otherwise throw an error. That's fine. We clone the current data. We set the current map data to the clone update data. I would like this to be called update data instead. And we put the connection list from the old data back in place. As room data, cardinal connections is the current clone cardinal connections. Tag connections is the current clone tag connections. And then we go through our update data cardinal and tagged. I wonder if this gets modified right here, I bet. Update data. Cardinal connections at last index. Because we set you to here. And we end up just mangling. Okay. This effectively just becomes a reference to this. So when we set this, it sets this thing. Yeah, see? Okay. So we're ditching this. And we're going to do just a clone here. I'm going to rename this, I think, to update data. I do like that name better. This is going to be broken. Here we just need to do this. Method to clear them. instead of doing anything to update data. Like so. That way, we don't mangle this at all. And then we can still do this. That's okay. Because we do need to have that copy so we can put these things back into place. And then we can go through our update data unmangled. Update the connections in the tiles. Okay, so connection added still has a problem, but that fixes the delete issue. Now you um if I was to do this just for a sanity check, um nothing would change. Okay. So let's now figure out what has changed here. Target destination here. By location shouldn't change. Target origin, though, only used in location. Target tile is a room data clone. Why do I have target origin? That shouldn't need to be a thing. I should be able to just do that. Target tile location there. That shouldn't have changed anything, but just, you know, less code good. Always good. Okay. And I was running off of my cardinal connections, which should be okay. Okay, so we're in here. And then we should be able to go into here. So update data, cardinal connections. At the end, you're new. So in here, on data, we're looking for the last one in here to 01. Right here, stage for deletion is true. There's my problem. And it's because I didn't reclone. But if I was to just to do that, except yeah, okay, that should be better. So I was feeding in bad data there. Okay. Actual expected 7, but we actually got 8. Why would that be the case? Because we've replaced, we've taken it out and then added a new one back in. Um, it's because we used to base it on this. Okay. It should be 8. We should be expecting 8. Add 1 because the target tile had its last connection moved, or the test should be a new connection, or just should be new connection should have been added to that list. Okay. List expected empty. State room connection added. Last index should be the updated connection data. Connection was this test controller map this as a room data cardinal connections indexed. Should equal new connection. At index I index um we'll put connection and new connection in there. Get a little more data back out of there. Tags didn't get added. Okay. And that's in our that's in this data. So after we update you, new connection tags add. We're doing this way because we don't know, or we didn't know where, but um we can get target tile location direction to wait. Yes. Target destination location. That'll give me a direction to string. And then this is add the tag that should be generated by adding tile to data for comparison. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So now we change some other stuff about how this behaves. You this should panic or throw an exception now. How do I account for that in a Dart test? Wrong button. Dart check for exception. Dart test, I should say. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we have some options here. Test controller update tile. This all goes away. We're just not allowing this. It's not a valid thing to do. Because you're either null or you're a thing. Which actually makes this much simpler test. Always good. Expect throws argument error right there. Should be. What do we got here? Update 2 plugins? Sure. Extra exception. Oh, because it used to throw an argument error. And now it does not. And I need to restart my IDE here in just a second because we're updating things I'm using. Which is fine. Restart. But now it just throws an exception. But we can do that. We can fix that pretty easily. Shush. Thank you. Update room. Instead of this, throw argument error. And that'll restore our behavior in case anything else happened to be relying upon it. Which is good. That's why we have a test, right? Okay, now these guys need to be adjusted for. Target connection tile. This will no longer be 1, 2. It would have been. It's now 3. Hang on. There might be a better way to do this. Get tile at offset. Coordinate x1, y2. As that. Would that fix you? Would that make you happy? It should make you happy. Doesn't make you happy, though. Room data. Because this used to be accounting for... Okay, yeah. This used to be accounting for the offset. So it should be still 1. No. just get tile there. That's not going to be right, though. So we're looking for the horizontal. If we used to be at 1, 2 on a 3x3, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, we were looking for we can't use get tile at offset because this will account for the offset. And it's a connection tile we're trying to pull out. That's why we can't do that. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. It was in the middle. That's going to become 0, 1, 2. Put this back. 2, 0, 1, 2. It's just going to be one more, so 3. I think. And this doesn't handle this because connection data. What? Connection tile is what I need to give you. That's right. So this is a connection tile, though, which I can't clone. I can do um update data. Can be you. I can clone a tile model. Okay. So target connection tile is I call clone on you. That way I don't mangle the data that's in there currently. And I do target connection tile, update connection, update data. And then I feed you target connection tile. But then I need to, in my expectations here, starting tile data, updated tile. You need to have the same coordinates, so 2, 3. Like so. I did account for that. Okay, cool. Horizontal west connection changed is good. East is still broken because we haven't changed it yet. But we know 2, 3 is our target. We'll just do that. 2, 3. This goes in parens. We call clone. You are 2, 3. Should. Looks like I might have had a connection issue there a second ago. East now working. Horizontal new. Basically, we need to grab this line and drop it in place here. And we're gonna need it here as well. We only need one here? Okay. That's fine, I guess. We can still grab you. Because this is gonna be basically the same. And then you're still 2, 3. That's fine. That should fix this up. Yep. Nope. No parent ID and connection table. Okay. We clone you. You don't have. Ensure we set the new flag. And then we do need that. So after we do that, accept. I mean, add the expected tags to ensure they were set when we do the diff. Update data. Where are you? You are here. Oops. Does diff connection data? Connection diff. Yes. That all accounts. Difference found. West diff. Tell me of your ways. That does not equal. Okay. That didn't actually help me. It gave me actually just a duplicate. Updated tile. Update data. This needs to, though, be we need to know which of these two to look at really quick. East connection difference, okay. Set default tag if missing. Same app connection should be. Why doesn't update data? Or is it updated tile? We need to know that. So let's debug this really quick. Updated tile. East connection. Tags is empty. So you're not getting set. Okay. Update data. Tags is set. Okay. So it's a bug in this. Update tile. It's a connection, update connection data. Target tile, update connection with the clone of the data. Target tile is that. We used to add a default tag if missing here, I believe. I think it's because update connection tile isn't being called anymore than it used to be in here. Question is, did we remove that for a good reason? Connection data, but not data. Tile. This is where we add set default tag if missing. Update connection tile calls that. That's the only place. Okay. And that's when we're placing a placeholder in. That shouldn't necessarily be done there. That should be done anytime we update this. Set default tag if missing in this code path as well. We can still do it in the tile. That's fine. It'll just find it's there. You know, like it just shouldn't be happening there. This connection tile, update connection. We shouldn't need that. In theory. We do, though, because of loading. Okay. That makes sense. Throw myself a note. Set this here in case there's no tag on map load for some reason. Okie dokie. You west connection changed. East connection changed. Is also still broken. Why would that be? You west connection is different. Reason east connection is different. And update tile with my target connection data. This one didn't have add the default tag to the update data for comparison. The update method should have set it. Update data, add set default tag if missing. And that's probably the same story over here. East connection changed. Yeah, okay. This should work. And it does. So ID change is now broken, but that was broken before. And it's going to be for the same reason. As everything else, right? Same reasons. We need to set that tag. We need to get our clone in place so that we don't mangle our test data. We need to direct it to 2-3, the correct coordinates, and pull them from the correct coordinates as well. And we should also, while we're here, ID changing is allowed for connections. You're allowed to overwrite them. Right here, we should also do reason east connection is different. And we'll just change this west. Okay. You should be good to go now, but you're not. Provided tile tape. Oh yeah, because I forgot. We clone you, and then here we don't set the new, but we do make this call instead. Update tile with target connection tile that we've just put the updated data into. Okay, what do we got here? No parent ID. Ooh. Ooh. We didn't think of that, did we? Hmm. Is it gonna break us to disallow changing IDs? It shouldn't, because we put the placeholders in place. I think that's why we were used to allow it. It's because we didn't have placeholders. Um, bum bum bum. We can track um track this. That doesn't make a lot of sense though. We could do this. We can do it here. This is more like ID found now though. Um we do that. We do that. Make a little room. And then we can say here, if we didn't find an ID, and it wasn't a new connection, throw an error. Argument error, ID, update data. Connection data has ID. Oh, it's because I forgot squarely basis. That's why it's that. Um, connection ID is not found in the parent tile. So this would then raise an error. Oh, right. We can find this sooner. We find it here. Ugh, I'm dumb. Yeah, let's not do this junk. None of that junk. None of that junk. None of this junk. Because we already have this error for ourselves. In get parent tile. throw an exception there. So in our test over here, we can do all that. That's fine. But all of this junk goes away. And we just say that we expect throws exception. Um, we need to use this syntax though. Boom, 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 boom. This in place of that, just like so. Because we don't allow that. Okay. I need to go use the restroom again. All the coffee I borrowed. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue fixing up our test here. We're pretty close. I mean, we've got a little chunk to do here still. But a lot of this is just going to be repeating the same patterns, so we can just copy pasta, fix it up. All right, we're back. There we go. What IDE is this? The more I look, the more I get confused. It's IntelliJ. JetBrains products. All right. We need to figure out. This is going to be. It's gonna be just as easy to just change it manually for the first time here. Vertical. We used to do 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, but also is at 0, 1. This is gonna become. This is gonna be 2, 0, 1, 2. This is just gonna be 3. That's still in the middle, still in the same place. So it should all work. You clone. Like so. Really 3, 2? It was 2, 3. Okay, that's why it sounds familiar. I was like, I thought we just used that. All right. Let's just go ahead and fix this really quick in all of these. I left my semicolon off there. Vertical, vertical, vertical. vertical. This is diagonal, so we'll go back up. Top here. Update horizontal. ID changed. Oh yeah, we get some other stuff in here we can clean out. That's fine. Nope. We can't do that. It's that. That can go away. And that makes that go away. There we go. Bare minimum needed for that. Okay. Vertical, vertical, vertical. We need to also do all three of these things for vertical. This is north connection change, so it won't be new. But we do need to do that still. South connection changed. Not that, but all that. New connection. All of these things, including new. ID changed is going to be let's see. That won't matter. This won't matter. And then we're to diagonals. What else do I miss? What did I miss up here? Oh, we don't use parent offset anymore? Okay, fine. 3.2 needs to get updated here. Oop. Like so. Honestly, I don't know what you're doing, but I think you're really cool. Thanks. I'm updating tests because we refactored a bunch of stuff. 3.2, 3.2, 3.2, 3.2, 3. Oop, missed. 3.2. Then we're on to diagonals. We'll have to fix them separately. We should also vertical, 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 horizontal. Okay, here. Verticals. Start of the verticals. We need to put in reason. And then we'll just update that, and we can anywhere we use this diff helper, drop that in, not killing the space, with the reasons filled in, so that's easier for us to figure out where we have gone wrong. Hopefully I didn't kill off. Hang on. That one's correct. Make sure I didn't nuke any extra checks there that were kind of mushed together. That's fine. Okay. Oh, I can't do, dang it. I can't do that. This has to be done separately because that needs to stay. Because I forgot we toggle back and forth what we're testing to make sure both directions work correctly. Okay, this one's fine. And this is diagonal. Okay. This is diagonal as well. This one's fine because this line isn't changed, but this one, south and north are different. This one was flipped, so we gotta just do this. All right, this should fix everything but the new ID because we need to get expecting that to, yeah, to error. And we expect this to be like that. Ba, 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 ba. ID changed. We don't expect any of this. We expect this instead of that. Like so. Connection ID changed. Now correctly fails. Or correctly throws an exception. And then we don't need you. We can get all that cleaned up. Don't need that. We only need that for the sake of those, but that's fine. That can stay. All right, now diagonals at, I think we can just do 4, 2. That should be the same. Because we've just added padding. And then we need to do this. Clone like so. And then we can go fix up all of our diagonals because the target tile remains the same. Like so, like so, like so, like so, and like so, and like so. Whoops, don't want to kill that extra spacing though. Hang on, double check here. Target tile, test controller 3, 2, so 4, 4, 3. Oop, this one's different. Thought I made those all the same. That one's fine. Three, 2. This was all 3, 1. Why are you 3, 2? Is that a typo? No. Oh, no, no, this is different. Okay, this is a different set of tests. This is removing. Okay. And that better be a full removal type of deal. Otherwise, we're going to have troubles, but that's okay. Because we only need to do 4 diagonals. I was thinking there was more of them for some reason, but no. There's 4 diagonal connections in a diagonal tile. That makes sense. Okay. We're going to need this to go get set in here as well for our diagonals. And I went way too far. Diagonal, here we go. Let's give myself a little bit more room. This goes in place there. And 4, 2 should be our coordinates, so we can take care of that really quick while we're here. We'll do the same thing here. Or, oop, that's not a 4. Now it is. Same here. And this should be the last one, I think. Nope. Southwest. This should be last. U 4, 2. Oh no, we got more because it's a new connection. Yeah, okay. Oop. And then the ID change one. We need this. We don't really need this. I'll change it for a second just to make sure it doesn't freak out until we get there. Northwest. Southwest. New connection. Connection ID changed. And then we're into remove. Okay. Now, diagonal, vertical. There we go. Diagonal here. We just want to fix up these with a reason. That, and then this is northeast, southwest, northwest. Guess I can do this. Kind of sucks, but actually we can do this. This line replace with this. Not forgetting to put a semicolon at the end. All right. YOLO. Excellent. Okay. And then we're going to go U. Place that. Place all. This should be my verticals. My removes. Southeast, northeast, southwest. Yeah, this should work. And then southwest connection is different, replace all. And then northwest. Northwest diff. Northwest connection is different. Replace all. We can also just do this all in one. I should have done this earlier. North connection is different. South diff. We kind of fixed it here and there, but like we should have just done this because we know the pattern. It's very easy. But I wasn't thinking. West, west, west. North, south, east, west, northeast, south, southeast, southwest, northwest. Okay, everybody's done. Cool. All right. I think that fixes everything but the panic one or the bad ID one, which should throw an error. Except for it doesn't because I forgot to in here. We need to new connection is true. We set the new connection flag. That fixes this one. Good. This one is fixed by coming in here. Right here, expect. Oop, not here. Right here, expect. This. Throws exception. Missing one of those. There we goes. And then I don't need all this stuff. And then I don't need this stuff. Don't need this stuff. Clean that all up. Real nice. Okay, here we go. Perfect. What else am I not? What else did I forget? Oh, there you are. Meow. The remove tests. All current data, expect. Okay, cool. So we just need to correct the coordinates. So I believe we can get away with just adding one here. And we'll throw a clone on there. Let's just see. We're gonna have to change these coordinates. Whoops. 4, 3. Try that again real quick. And then vertical connection tile. Oh, I didn't change this one. 4, 3. I think that's the wrong coordinates. Nope, it's not. Horizontal west, 4, 3. Horizontal tile east at 4, 3. Did I forget? No? Null check operator using no value. Oops. If I read the error, it would help. No check operator. Target connection. You're a clone, though. Oh, no. Target connection is this. Target tile west connection clone. Target connection. Clear connection, target connection. And then here, get offset coordinate, target connection, destination point. Target connection, destination point exists. Test controller, destination table at the offset coordinate of my target connection destination point. Target connection destination is 1 1. So um I think it's 3 3. This line is null. So my destination table for 1 1 got nuked, but that shouldn't be true. Because before I do the deletes, stop that and rerun that. That should have more than one thing in it. Test controller, destination table, at 3 3 is null. Okay. Target connection, destination. What is an offset coordinate for 1 1? 3 3. You have no destinations in there for 3 3. Why would that be? And this is before we clear you. Clear connection. that clear connection from tables. Connection table, remove that. Destination table contains key, then remove it. And then if it's empty, we clean up that. This would be an issue on inflate. Inflate map. When we do this, connection data table values, connection destination point, set destination table value, connection data table values. Add connection to tag map. And we go through our tiles. Get tile, print tile. Make sure it's null or it's a room data, in which case we just make sure it's null. Set you to tile data. We add you to the room table. We could actually use our update tile here. External connection to the map is on the to-do list. Except for we can't because we don't know these guys yet. These aren't unpacked yet. If my tile connection IDs aren't empty, then I go through my connections here. Windy out there. There may be a storm blowing in here in a little bit. Let me double check. Ye olde weather. See what they have to say. Oh yeah, thunderstorms today. It's like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So we got some time still. Hopefully. Unless they like blow in and make my internet suck way sooner. Let me go take a look at that in just a second to see what direction they're coming in from. We'll keep an eye on the connection too. External connections to this map. Tile data connection IDs is not empty. Then we go through them. Connection is null. If we can't find you in the connection data table, we got problems. Otherwise, we add connection. Tile data add connection, this connection. And then connection table, connection ID is that. Okay. And then we go through. The connection data table values. Set destination table value. Connection ID, destination. Destination being the connection destination point. And then my test controller, destination table. That's what's wrong. That's what I've done. This maps them to real destinations, not offset destinations. So hang on, we'll stop this. This should just be this. It shouldn't be the offset. Remove tile east. Yes, good. Okay, so I have to go fix that because that was changed as part of our find and replace stuff. So we'll just have to do that for both of these. West has already been changed there. Destination point 8. You. That should fix that one. Yes. Fantastic. All right, now you, we're gonna keep up this, that, like so. Clone you. It should do all the needfuls, and then this actually just is this. Destination table. Yes, yes, that should be fine. And then this should also be that, I believe. That should fix north. Doesn't, though. Clone you. We changed that. Oh, this is a horizontal, though. 3, 4. So this used to be 2, 3. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. So that would have been the lower bottom one, but 0, 1, 2. Yeah, that should be 3. And then 0, 1, 2, 3. Zero. Then the room. 0, 1, 2. So that should have been the second real tile. So that would translate to 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes. 0, 1, 2 is the real tile. 3 is the one below him. 0, 1, 2, 3. That's horizontal. Having a hard time envisioning this. Let's bring up my notes from yesterday. So this used to be 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2, 3 would be down here. So that's our target. And this is now 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it should be 3, 4. 3, 4. Ah, it's here. It's because that's what I screwed up. It wasn't that math. It was the other math that I didn't do at all. There we go. That's north. 3, 4. Y'all in parens. Clone. Like so. And then 3, 4. So I don't repeat my mistakes of misery. And then we go looking for destination table is that. Destination table is that didn't get automatically replaced. Cool. So I think south is fixed. South is fixed. Good, 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 good. Okay, so this should be 2, 4. Should all just be one more. 2, 4. And make sure this got changed. It needs to not be. The same is true for you. Okay. Northeast is done. Southeast 2, 4. Oop. In parens. Polonia 2, 4. Okay, I think that's good. It is. Southwest, 2 more. Only 2 more tests. I'm so happy. Where you at? Here you is. All right, that just has to be a visual bug because remove north is passing here. Do this way. Good, yes, 2. And then I wrong button. There we go. 4, U, parens, clone. And then 2 and a 4. And let's see. Those didn't get changed, so we're good. Northwest. Let's make sure we passing. We didn't miss anything. One more test. You become 2 and 4. Get cloned so we make sure we don't mangle our data. 2, 4. You got changed. You like so. You like so. Okay. This should be everything passing in this one. And we're good. Okay. Let's go ahead. Editor. Letter test. Is there anything? Room model test is broken. But I'm actually going to go ahead and add all of these. Refactor map to allow edge padding. Fix map tests to account for the refactor. Fix the bugs exposed by the tests. I'm gonna push that up. And the rest of this will go start fixing up as well really quick here. Before we go any further, it would be a good thing to get our tests into working order. Let's see here. Room model tests. What is broken in you? No UDO ID found for a room. We throw an exception. We don't allow you not to have a UUID anymore. It is verboten. It's just broken. You can't do it. Because we wanted this to not be nullable. So here, we expect you to throw an exception now. Okay? Just the way it's going to be. No UUID. Empty UUID is actually going to behave the same. Malformed is going to become the same. They're all going to throw exceptions because we just can't deal with it. And that's probably preferable to silently replacing your IDs in your rooms if you were to somehow break your config file. We're going to go with that until we know whether or not it's a terrible idea. What else is broken? Anything? Probably. Room model test. Add connection, new connection. What? Test map, room model test. What has gone awry? Am I losing my mind? Possibly. Partial tile to JSON, empty connections. Test map, room model test. You're not in here. Oh. No. Oh, I just didn't run. Okay, I see. I somehow didn't run all of them. It must have panicked or something and I didn't catch it. Okay, so you, no connections. Bum, 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 bum. Expected false, actual true. Need to add a better message here. Reason. Result contained connections key, but was not expected to. Is that still a true fact? Or did we make an intentional change there? Room model when we marshal to JSON. Connections is a string cardinal tagged. Um, and we used to this connection used to be string cardinal tagged. We used to do that. Okay, I see. I'm okay with an empty list being in here in this case. Like it shouldn't be a thing. Otherwise your room is kind of useless. So it can serve as a red flag for you. Result did not contain connections key, but was expected to. And then this is going to be the same desired behavior, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, empty connections, no connections. Okay, add connection, new connection now. Just make sure those are passing really quick before we do anything else. Yes, we're good there. It's just you. Connection ID's length is 2. Should have 2 elements in connection ID. We have a connection. You have a room data. And we have a test new connection. You used to have test connection ID in you. Add connection. Connection ID's length should be 2. It was actually 1. Add connection. If it's the same map connection, which it would be, and we're adjacent, which we are not, then we add cardinal. Otherwise we add you to tagged, and that should be fine. Tagged was changed, so we should sort you. I don't understand why that isn't true. Let's find out. Not at a read anyway. Here we go. We got a new connection. We have this, which has none connections in it. Connection IDs. Wait a second. It does add it. This guy isn't in there. But connection IDs only matters when we save, right? Map controller, save map. Yes. And we don't call, like, there's no helper to do that. We took you out of there. This, however, actually, we could do this. We wouldn't need that. That needs to be in there, though. Room data. There we go. That does need to be in there, but nothing. What me? Nothing is telling it to add that anymore. So you this would be the more valid way to test this now. It goes into test connection, and then this would be tag connections length, like that. Let's see here. Valid value range is empty 1. Oh, duh. I didn't change this. And we should be able to do equality on connection data, so that should still work. Yes. Okay. Good. Let's do a test run again. We're going to have other things that are broken because we changed a bunch of stuff. Connection model tests. Coordinates test. That's fine. Fix broken room model. Yes. Let's see here. We can probably close out some of this stuff. We should be done. Oh, I closed my map controller. That I'm sure we'll probably still need the rest of you, though. I think we're done with that for now, done with that for now, done with that for now. Tidy up our workspace just a little bit. All right. Connection template No, it's in map. It's coordinates test and wait, no, connection model test. Do this one first. Run it for me and tell me what's up. Okay. Unmarshal no bueno. Because it gets sorted. Easy enough. This should be sorted. So use this order. No UUID is now an exception as well for connection data. So this becomes expect. We'll just use their stupid arrow func here. Throws exception. The same is true for you. And for a malformed. No DC UUID. This is just going to be the order again. So if we just go grab this. You. Why aren't you? Or 30. I don't know why you're not taking me to this. Same with this. Oh. This test is a little different. We'll throw that in. All right. What do we got here? I missed you. Somehow. And you. And then you. Hang on. Partial to JSON. Result tags key. Oh, you should be back the other way because we didn't actually load you. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Because it spits them out in the same order it has them, and we didn't really load it. We just marshaled it from this. Okay, that'll do. We'll do a quick commit, fix connection model tests. Push that up. What else do we have broken? We know coordinates are broken. Coordinates test. Coordinates test. Let's do coordinates test. Whoops. That one I wanted to keep open. Go ahead and run this right quick. Divide with a remainder would be generated. It's because we changed the error messages. Um, 2, 3. It should be this. Except for this isn't even... Why don't you... E is argument error. Invalid arguments. I believe it's Gerbrain's Golan. That. This needs to be that. I heckin' bamboozled myself right there. That was a bad error message. Okay, now does not contain there we go. Out of curiosity, Mongoose, do you talk aloud when programming solo or just for our benefit? So it used to be just for your benefit, but as a result of doing this for so long, a year and change, I have started doing it when I'm programming alone. I have caught myself narrating my life in multiple cases. It's a thing that has happened. Let's see. Let me go check. Does it even tell me? It says about 262. So 262 YouTube lives multiplied by 4, at least 4 hours each. So like 1,000 hours of talking to myself on the internet has really changed my behavior. Do you find it useful at all, kind of like rubber duckying? No, not really. I'm not really paying attention to what I'm saying to my to the microphone. It's the other way around. It's my thoughts are just coming out. I've just hooked up my brain and my mouth, basically. Um, but like I've never been a verbal talking to the rubber ducky guy. Um, the strategies that I use here are pretty much the same strategies I used to use. Um, Pictures, diagrams, notes, whatever, just kind of to put it on paper and let my brain chew through it. Um, Sometimes I would type out like the problem to explain it, but like not really. Mostly my rubber duckying is all used to be all internal. Now I just talk. Let's whack in some quotey quotes here right quick. And this is now in here. Do. Not contain text, expected substring, which is Y division biome here. Oops, this gets changed to Y, and so does that. I'm a big proponent of rubber ducking in general, though, for sure. Divide coordinate X remainder. Why do I have two of these? X remainder would be generated. Oh, because we divide coordinate by coordinate. Here, by coordinate. And then divide coordinate by int is here. By int is here. See, I've always hoped I could have a personal narrator. Do you even ever narrate your own sound effects? Absolutely. I've definitely done that. Yep. 100%. Okay. Test coord. Y division produces a remainder. What did we do in? Yeah, we just spit out the divisor. And if I do that, it becomes that and divisor, but this is the Y version, and that's all right. I do the same up here. Like so. X division, blam, divisor, like so. Let's see, what did I screw up? Yeah, those are unnecessary. That's fine. That's not going to be the issue. I do want to put quotes around these for my own sanity. Do. Chuck quotes around you. Okay. What Y division produces a remainder? Test chord Y. Expected text. Oh, because I put this in the wrong spot. Duh. If you make the text the right way, it'll work better. Let's make sure I did that. Yep. Okay, cool. The one thing I think AI could be good for is being a condescending narrator who could follow me around and sarcastically make fun of whatever I'm doing. That would be peak. Obviously, it'd be a local model for me to give it that much access, but that's coming. I think it would quickly grow irritating, is my thought, for sure. Even if it wasn't a sarcastic, fun-making narrator. Like, it's bad enough when it's just me. My opinion, anyway. Flutter, test. What else we got? Anything? All tests passed. Hell yeah. I don't know why I'm over here, not just doing it over here. Fix the coordinate tests. Okay. Now that we have fixed our tests, we can go back to what we were doing, which in large part involves UI things. We may break them again, but that's okay. We fixed a ton of stuff, a ton of oversights by going through that. So it was a really good time actually to do. I probably don't need my test files open anymore. Or my config files rather. The cross map connection stuff has got to be next, I think. Displaying destinations, that is. And like portal connections as well. So we need to do that. Probably, but that's the sort of project I would spend crazy time setting up, use it once and stash it in the corner of my GitHub. Would enjoy making it. Maybe. I've played before the hype became unbearable. I've played with them and they don't spit out good output. Like, I think it would be really frustrating because you have this preconceived notion of what AI should be and should do, and it doesn't do that. And I'm sure that they've probably gotten a little better since then, but I'm still doubtful that it would produce anything worthwhile. Like, literally nobody doing anything has been talking about them, right? It's always, well, I'm vibe coding all this stuff, and okay, what have you shipped? Fucking nothing. Like, the people saying this. Okay, so I saw, before I said not interested, I saw somebody posting the other day. It was like Vibe Jam. It was like a vibe coding game jam, right? And they made like Titanfall. And I'm pretty sure that about almost everybody I've ever watched on Twitch that knows how to work a game engine could have built what they did in an afternoon. Like, there were boxes, it was very wireframey, things didn't make any sense, it was super slow. Like, nothing about it was impressive to me as a game. Like, even for a game jam. So, like, I don't see the shit people are talking about. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what AI tends to do, for better or worse. The product that my company's had me working on since I joined has been fairly AI integrated. Not a fan, but uh such is work. Yeah, yeah. Or the phone would be making and programming the hardware required to port it around. I mean, do it then. Like if you think it's fun, do it. Like there's no reason not to chase down the things that inspire your curiosity and make your brain happy. I've just spent literally days working on this, which is a server file editor for a game that nobody even knows what is anymore, because it makes me deeply happy. you know, do it. Chase those things. Use that, and like even if you don't finish it, um, even if you don't finish it, even if it doesn't become a thing, you're gonna learn something from doing it, and that's fine. People talk about like the GitHub graveyard as though it's a bad thing. Like there's crap in my GitHub. Most of it didn't get moved over. Most of it just got deleted when I switched to using the Mongoose GitHub. But like there's crap in there that it's like half baked and just stupid, and it was kind of fun to play around with for a day. Like I learned stuff while using it. The loading emulator, the little lines that I used to have come up, I don't use that anymore because um it doesn't reconnect in OBS because Wayland does stupid things. So it doesn't reconnect to that source when it relaunches. So it was just a hassle that I didn't want to tackle. I just used a static image instead. But like that was a stupid thing I made in an afternoon, and I learned a lot about um debus from the old track watcher that I had when I played music through Audacious, when I played just like royalty free stuff. Before I got sick of it, I used to have a little deal that sat in the corner down over here, and it showed you the track that was playing, and that was just read for the debus. So I don't use that anymore because I got sick of the music. But like I learned about debus stuff. I didn't hadn't messed with it before, so like those things are in my project graveyard. But like I learned stuff. I had fun. I stayed sharp. Chase those things for sure. If I could 3D print an arm to look like evil AI and Wally, that would be amazing. I mean, what's stopping you? Like, chase all those stupid ideas and learn all the crazy weird things. Like, you never know when they'll come in handy. Like, if you were to do that, it would be like leaps and bounds above 90% of the people I've ever known that had a 3D printer. Like I've worked with people that got them, and like they're like, my hobby is 3D printing or whatever. First, hey, how's it going? 214. Um, but like they're like, yeah, my hobby is 3D printing, and all they did was print benchies. Like they like to buy them and to set them up and to spit out benchies. That was their hobby. So like executing something beyond that would put you at like better than most of the 3D printing hobbyists that exist, right? In terms of what have you actually made. Okay, so we need to get an understanding of what connects to me afterwards, and we got to figure out how we want to make that happen. I see with my little eye some dart. I don't know what language is, but I remember it's oop or something. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. It's its own thing. Um, So in Map Controller, when we load a map, load map, you use Haskell sob. Well, we won't hold that against you. We grab all your goodies and then inflate. Yes. Okay. Why did I return? I always tell people this, and I promise it's not a brag. Okay. I'm not a funk bro, so I haven't used any of those languages, and I don't know your misery. I'm just rabbit holing right now. I'll have to write it down and add it to the project queue. I mean, queues are a lie. Chase the things in the moment that inspire you to do things would be my advice. Too many people have the queue, and you end up being like, well, I'm not super interested in the top of the queue right now, so I'll do something else. And then you don't do any of the queue. It's actually really nice. Makes you unable to code in any other language, though, or, well, stay sane while doing so. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. I feel the opposite whenever I have to deal with functional stuff, like in Rust recently. That made me feel insane and angry. um and you return a string because load warnings. That's right. That's what you are. Rust is kind of half-assing it. I mean, sure. You either go all the way left or all the way right. Not about politics. Yeah. The problem is I'm never inspired by one thing, always at least 5 things at once. I mean, that's fine too. Like, that's how it kind of goes. Pick one, chase it until it's not interesting, and then chase the other. You're allowed to be, messy and weird and conflicting. Like, as long as you're doing something that you wish to do, everything else is fair game. I get inspired by anything personally. Even a bowl of soup gives me ideas. Well, then soup it up, my dude. Very rare to have that, I guess. Okay, so that's why Inflate is returning. Hey, thanks for follow. I appreciate you. Inflate is returning the list because of errors, and we checked that later. Because reasons. External connections to me. The thing is, I don't have access to my parent when I'm in a map controller. I have no knowledge of the greater world. So how do I let it know that a thing has changed? I could give it a callback. That would be very darty to do. Return true or something? That doesn't help me with the current conundrum. I could take a location object in that callback and resolve that in the app state to the ID of the map or throw an error. Could do that. That needs to be a thing on construction of a map, though, that gets baked in some way, shape, or form. At app state, when we do our setting up, we go through our map directory and we create a new controller. So that would work. That's probably the sanest way to manage this. And then the app state would then have access to the results of that, I suppose. Yeah, that would be okay. Except for we don't have control over the loading order. So that becomes a problem on loading. Because if I have a connection to a map later in the cycle, then I can't add that. So maybe I don't do it on the load map stage. But anytime I change a thing, I would need, if it's not local, not in the same map, then I would be using the callback. That could work. We'll need to give it a helper of some kind. That would go through and figure out any external, like update external connections or something like that. We could do that. Um, but then we have things going in multiple places, which isn't the end of the world, but I'd like to avoid it. The other thing we could do is just keep track of them on load. Um, I would like them to do it on load. I could do like a load metadata. We could maybe do that on the creation. There was a reason we elected not to load it immediately on creation. What was that reason? I don't remember. I know it existed, though. Creation of a map controller. What does a map controller do? It controls maps, of course. It reads map data from a JSON file and unpacks it into classes and structs and things that we can work with to manipulate. Creation seems like the best place to be loading metadata. Yes, it does seem like the best place to be doing that. But right now, we just immediately load the map. And then we'd have to go through twice to do that, too. So I don't love that idea either. We got to backtrack a little. How did we get here? By building things, of course. Let's see here. I like the callback idea, but not for when loading. We could... We could have like a list of post-load tasks or something that we call. That seems unnecessarily complicated, though. Um, hold on. How far are you into the game engine development? We're adding multiple maps, right? Meow. Glad this isn't yet another C++ slop engine. Nah, this is just a real simple little fella. So we're adding. Oh, while you're on that, you should be here. We're adding the ability. The server already has it. Server was easy, right? But the editor basically just drives the. Oh, I'm not on main. You run. The editor just drives config file editing because editing the big JSON file by hand would suck. So we're adding the ability to work with multiple maps that you can teleport between, right? In the server, easy enough. You just move a character. But displaying it in a sane way is trickier. And also because I'm not a front end guy, that makes this harder. So we learn things. So right now, you can see here in the entrance that there's this little icon here. It says, oh, I go to 0, 0 in the gym map, right? But there's no indication here that the western entrance is from another map here. So we need to add that. So each of these has its own map controller to manage its own business. And so the overall app state we need to tie them together basically to say, hey, you have things from other maps that you are not aware of yet. Um, and I'm just figuring out how I want to handle it. Which way do I like best, basically? I also have I store already things that I should be able to use that are used elsewhere. Connection destination coordinates to the connection ID. Right now, this only takes coordinates. And if we were to make this location instead, then we would have an ability to differentiate. We just need to account for that in the code. And then I can just do things with the destination table, which is probably the sanest answer for the loading. The updating, however, is a different matter. And the updating of the map, the visual grid, is also a thing. Destination coordinates to the connection ID. Which isn't going to work for a lot of our connection update stuff because a lot of it has to check the areas around it to make sure everything's consistent. So what we want to be able to do, yo, to you as well. We want to be able to do is add it to the room. I think. And then let the room update logic take care of it. But the room update logic triggers the connection update logic. And then we're in that again. So we might as well not even do that. So connection data is still, it would be the most sensible thing. We have the ability to differentiate based on the data we feed to it. The callback idea keeps coming up as the best option in my brain for post-load stuff. And if we just give you connection IDs to their parent room's ID, we can still go through the connection table, and anything we find in there that has a destination on a different map is something we can call the callback on. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do that. So let's employ it right now. It behooves us to think a little. We can't plan for everything, but we can stop bad ideas that are evident early on. Okay, so as part of my constructor here, we're going to say I'm going to have set a const is u map directory, map name, this stuff. We only take yeah, up here should be fine. Function connection data nullable. Foreign map update function. And then I just do that. And then here, this is a func. Either way, good night. Have a good one. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. This takes a connection data. We need to look, we will have map controllers. Map controllers is a list of map controller. We can do that if the map ID, which can't be null, CD destination ID, which can't be null, except for it could be. So we need to also check if it's not null and this one equals it, then update connection with my update data and then return. That's all you do in here. It's only one that should match. And then we can throw an exception for now that just says no map with ID destination ID found in app state map controllers. Okay. Let's do that. We do the load map thing. And then notify listeners, but this is all in load. Um, we do that. And loading errors takes something else. That's fine. We go for map controller MC in map controllers and to do call well actually we could maybe make this map file data turn maps get available map files get named by ID. Put you in here, I suppose. You're a void. We'll call you update. Update map connection. External map connection. And I broke this. Don't need that. This becomes. Wait, did I mess up? Update external map connection. And then here, we could go through and just do it ourselves in MC connection table. Do I want to reach in here and let this do this though? Keys. I don't want to reach in there and do that here. I want to let map take care of that business itself. But I do want to call the helper that updates any external connections. I think. I think that's the most sane way to approach this. So we get our connection data in there. Get connection, delete tag, get tile, get change, update, connection, update tile. Let's put you, pardon me, up here. Update external connections. It's going to go and say for connection data, except for my connections. IDs are offset coordinates. This is IDs to their parent runes. So I actually can't use that. I think our best bet for sanity is to go up here and destination table, destination coordinates to connection ID, location. Now, that will break some things. That's okay. You, for example, set destination table value. Needs a location now. And then that all works out. That breaks this. Destination offset is that when we do this update, that's fine. We just do that. That's fine. You set destination table value. We can do the same thing. I don't even need to do that anymore, so I could just do directly destination, which actually, hang on, let me double check I don't have that. I think this one's for the new offset coordinate connection to update destination point. Destination table value. Connection destination location. This actually shouldn't be the offset. This should just be directly destination. So mistake was made there, and we can simplify that too. Clear. I need to make sure location implements equality. I believe it does. Go back to where I was down here. Yes, you implement equality. So that should all work. That just automatically... Well, no, we need to also call the update if if it's external. We'll leave that in there for a minute because that's going to take some more manipulation for sure. This everything's still happy, cool. At least enough to launch. You need a test. You're failing, but that's to be expected because we just changed some crap. So we need to fix that. But let's keep on. Well, I guess now would be a good time. Map controller test to let the test do their job in helping us better understand if we've changed behavior or just details that can be fixed up. Map controller test okay, yes, because this was looking for that, but we can just no longer look for the point and instead look for the destination. That's perfectly fine. What else we got in here? Is it only the one? Can't be. Got to be multiples of those. Okay. New connection. Okay. Starting data destination point. Replace that with starting data destination. Yellow. Oh. Why is that? It's because it's going to get shorter. Really? Oh, location can't be assigned to the parameter type coordinate. This shouldn't be. Wait a minute. We checked this out. Why are you still in here? I thought I got rid of you. Am I losing my mind? It may be. Because you're not supposed to be the offset. But okay, so this is why no tests were failing when we had that mistake. This is supposed to map real destinations to the connection ID that we know about. Okay. Null check operator used on a null check or a null value. That's because y'all are incorrect. Destination. Destination. So that should fix you. Yes. Okay, cool. It was target connection destination dot point. I must have removed these, and it's the other ones got left. Okay, that makes more sense. Anybody else need? Oh, you've got an error up here. Hang on. Do 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 do. Oh, this still needs to be a point. That's true. Same with you. Okay, so we've got a couple more. Destination. Target connection. New line. You're not gonna let me do that, are you? You're gonna make me do uh 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 this. Destination. One or more spaces. Point. Target connection destination. Place all YOLO. Alright, that now passes. Yay! What else did I baroqued? Nothing. Okay. I feel pretty good about that, actually. Let's not commit that just yet. I want to finish up this bits and pieces and do it all as one. But give me a second here to be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll roll through more of this. Okie dokie. That's better. Let me get that squared away. All right. Let's go back to main on the there we go, main on there. Update external connections. So what we're gonna do for connection data in except my I'm only gonna resolve this if my destination data I gotta go like multiple levels up if I do that. Do I have a helper for that? I think I might. Real coordinates. Get connection by ID. I do have that ability. I did make you okay. So instead of this, we're going to do in my destination table keys. If L dot ID, and I got to remember if you're nullable. So if you're not null and is not empty, I can't do that? Oh, yeah. Because you are a UUID value. Okay, so null should be sufficient here. If you're not null, I guess we should also say, and LID is not equal to my ID, map ID. We have an ID in a location, and it's not me. It's a foreign map, foreign connection. So we do, actually, we should double check here. If foreign map update function is null, just return. That way we know here that we can say foreign map update function with get connection by ID, destination table at L. And none of this had better be null. UUID value, list of UUID, oh. Because this is a list, I forgot about that. That's fine. Or connection data. Nope, ID. UID value, connection ID in destination table, oops, at L. This is not allowed to be null. We just validated you're in here. I could maybe clean this up by saying location L. Actually, can I just do this natively? This is location. This is UUID value. But it's actually a list. I don't think I can do this in Dart. I think I'm thinking of other languages. Even if I do that, I have to do what is my syntax in Dart? Dart loop through keys and vowels of I don't want to do I don't want to do this though. Where? Oh, I can do entries and then get entry key. Okay, here we go. That's what I'm missing. Or but you're gonna actually be an iterable. Like so. It's gonna be that. There. Okay. That's the correct type annotation. Um uh like so. Then I can do value. Then I don't have to do a bunch of null checking. Get connection by ID. Connection ID. We need to make sure you're not null. We know that. We have to make sure this isn't null. Like so. And then we can do in app state mc dot update external connections like so. And then when we do our connection update stuff, clear connection. Um update connection tile. I need to account for if you're cardinal, get connection tile, delete connection for vector. Okay, yeah, that's true. Clear connection from tables. Okay. This if connection parent tile. Yeah, okay. If my origin I want to give location. I keep needing to do this. I want to give location the ability to tell me if it's um I'm going to give it the location on map. I want to just do it on map. Um I want to say bool location on map. You take a location, return location ID is not null and ID equals map ID. Easy enough to do, but here if location is on map origin, then I do parent tile things. Otherwise, if it's cardinal, I go ahead and do this stuff, connection tile, which should, if this isn't cardinal, we can't get you. Parent location with offset, this is going to be a problem. Plus the connection vector. It's either if it's not on our map. So if location is on the map, the origin, then I can do this. Otherwise, we got a little bit more difficult trubs. If because we can't put these on the destination tile unless we were to do something else. It's only for visual stuff, though. And I don't know if I want to allow you to edit this from another locale. So then I have to run that through app state as well. It's another use case. We'll worry about that in a minute. Right now, if we're on same map, we can get the tile based on the parent location, origin location. If this is a foreign connection, have to base it off of the destination. Parent location with offset is get offset coordinate of get connection parent tile location. This is just destination point. You take a coordinate. Connection parent tile. Is this correct? This is more like destination. Location with offset. Get offset coordinate for the destination point. Translated to the larger visual grid, yes. This should return get tile. This goes there. This goes here. Tile location. Offset coordinate. You that. Like so. Okay. That should work for that. Um, this being based on destinations, I think that works fine. Either way. If my destination table has this key, then take it out of there. Let's come back to this one. Hang on. Tag connections as well. This is a cardinal remote, so we can still push that up down the path a little bit until we get there. External connections to this map. This is all what we're doing right now, but connection table, connection ID, this tile. Connection ID is clear. Connection data table values. We just add you, that's fine. We add you based on the destination, so that's all good. Nothing needs to change there, which is the beauty of doing it this way. Cross map stuff here. So if I'm on here, then I get my parent tile and I do all this stuff. Otherwise, if it's cardinal, I just remove it from the tile, clear it from the tables. Everything should work there. I think that's all I need to do there. Now, updating a tile, update connection, clearing, I think, yes. Update connection data, on the other hand, is a different story. Because we have to get the parent tile for any of this to make sense. Non-cardinals is a different story. This just has to be get connection tile locations. We just fixed up, right? No. Get connection tile is what we fixed up. Uh, why do I have multiple things that are doing the same thing? That's not. Hang on. Let me take this out and see if there's anybody who's really using it that can't be. Connection location is only used there. This can be get connection tile directly. Um, this is uh connection to update, like so. And then where else? You update connection tile. Just get the connection tile. Update connection tile is you. Connection tile. Wait. Update connection tile takes a location. Update connection tile has to get a location. Why don't you just take Oh, it's because what if I did that? It's because we need to know where you're based from. That's why. Um That's the only place we really used you. So get offset coordinate from your, hang on. You go here for a second. Update connection tile. We need to know. We know the parent location. We can just get this right here. Con data location plus this, which is just con data. Connection vector like that. Eliminates a function. Okay. Now, meow, 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 right, meow. And attack connections as well. Okay, yeah. Update connection tile. And lo, I have returned. 5 is a perfectly sapient time for lunch. No? I mean, yeah. Sounds about right. It's 4 here, and I have not yet lunched. I haven't quite figured that part out yet, how I want to do that. I am slightly hungry. I've just been ignoring it, which is helped by this deliciously complicated misery I have set up for myself. Update tile, update connection. Yes. Okay. Update connection data. Wom, bum, 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 bum. So down here, We do that. Destination table things. But connection to tag map. We make sure we have that. This only needs to happen if this connection is origin in here. Set destination table value. This should ignore this if it already contains it. Yes, okay. Which is why we do that. If it's not the same map connection. I forgot we had that function. We can use that in some places. I do lunch like I do it in survival games. I wait until the hunger begins to noticeably impair me before I do anything about it. That will happen sometimes, for sure. So hang on. We can do this because if it's the same map connection, I do that. Yes, yes, I forgot about you. And the same is true here if you're a same map connection. Good. I'm glad I caught that before I added thing that I do not require. Okay. But this does not solve my updatey conundrum. Connection data. Because this. Let's see. Parent tile. We can actually put you down here, makes a little bit more sense. Set default flag if missing is fine, I suppose. That's on that object. How much of this? So we can just basically omit all of this. Connection to tag map omitted. Target tile needs to get updated. Always. Get connection tile is fixed up. We clone you, which we don't actually need to do anymore. We can eliminate one clone at least. Set destination table value. Actually is fine. Destination table value. Because this is one of the destinations to that tile. I think we're okay to do that. I think basically this whole thing just if connection to update is the same map connection, I do this. Otherwise, I just oh wait, tag map should go in here too. There we go. Otherwise, I just update my tile. I think that's it. Let's see. Yim. Okay. You haven't showed up here yet. And that's because update connection to update. Get connection tile. It wasn't nil, otherwise it would be panicking. This should be backwards, I think. Get offset coordinate to get connection parent tile location. Okay. Hang on. Because this is plus connection vector. Because I'm basing, yeah, this needs to be inverted. So I guess I can't do this. I can do this, though. And this is just the inverse. We go backwards from the destination to figure out stuff. Now, Jim, you're still not here. Did I remember update external connections gets called? So I need to go into here first. I need to debug run this and figure out what I overlooked. Do. So this is, okay. Map controller is my entrance, not you. This is Jim. I go into you. This map controller for a map function is null. No, you're not supposed to be null. What did I forget? Expression has a type of voids. Its value can't be used. Right. It should just be that. Why are you null? What have I messed up here? Update external map connection. Gets put into my map controller. MC load map. If there's any errors, it's fine. I haven't added you. Nope, I added you here. I'm outside of there, so they should all be in. Map controller. Up here. Foreign map update function. Map controller. Takes you. Kernel file name is map file name. Oh, it's because I forgot to call that. That's why. Run you again. And there you be. Okay. You don't know where you're supposed to be just yet, though. You are supposed to be east. That is... That's the correct logic for an east-only connection that is not foreign. But incorrect for an east-only connection that is foreign. That is going to come from the connection models. Horizontal, we can start with, because you have icon things. If east connection is not, or is rather, a same map connection, left icon path is east icon. Otherwise, it's a map icon. But that's left. Well, that should still be correct. East connection, left icon. East connection should display connection data D. It's because get connection to vector, coordinate east, return east. That's not it. Because this is actually west. You would go west. Oh. Oh. We need arrows for these as well, I think. Um, it's going to be an update or set connection. Yeah, okay. This logic gets more complicated. Um, wait, no. Hang on. If this, for example, only had east, then it would be over here. This is the correct placement as far as this logic is concerned. And I'm okay with it over here, actually. It just needs an arrow to indicate, oh, in from another map is happening here. That's okay. That's good. Um, so these will work. We just need to discriminate here between if it's foreign or not. Is there already, if we go, not there, but here, and do Google material icons map. There's no like map in. We'd have to make summon. Unless we find something else that we like as a placeholder. Not there. What else could we find? Mappity map 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 map. None of these have arrows on them because why would they? Right? It makes no sense in most contexts to have an arrow on it. Mappity map 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 map. Map in. Nope. That's just animated. I could. Maybe like enter as a temporary. So like a door. This could work. Login could work. How about log out? That looks the same as log in. No, it doesn't. Okay. I could do something like that. But I don't necessarily love that. Let's just leave it as it is for now. We'll probably need to figure out some way to better communicate. I don't like this because it's backwards over here. It's the correct direction over here, but backwards here. Login is correct. Logout is not. And I think I would like this to have like above and below it. arrows. So like map in, map out, except for they'll have the same problem. I'll have to think about that. For now, though, resetting the map is a problem, though. Because that reloads, but it doesn't. It just does a full reload. It would be like yet another callback to arrange that. Or um um load map gets called. Yeah. Hmm. And for that matter, it'll happen anytime we close and reopen. Yeah, because it reloads that. Calls load on the map. In the map state provider. Set selected map. And switch selected map also calls reload map. Okay. Problematic, that. And I think we do, however, want to make sure we pull new data there. That sucks. We can request. We could do like a request external connections. Callback. I would be okay with that. Update external map connection, but what if we gave you Connections using tag, delete tag from connections. Connection data, connections. Get external connections. Or get connections to foreign map, UUID value ID. And then we can do basically the same thing we do here. Just call you results. Empty list for map location list UUID value in results in connection this isn't right, is it? This is list UUID value. It's missing one of these. There we go. Connection table entries. This should be entry, but what was the syntax for this? No, this is the wrong. Okay, that's what's going on. This is supposed to be destination table entries. There we go. Now? Location, list that entry in destination table entries. What am I doing wrong? Hang on. Probably something stupid. Map entry. Oh. It's map entry, not a map. Duh. Okay. In my destination table entries, if entry dot key ID is not null and entry key ID equals ID, let's call you foreign ID. Results add connection data clone. Oops. Clone value. Well, I gotta go because this is all a list. For connection data in value. This is supposed to be entry value. Oh, this is an ID. That's right. Clone, get connection by ID, the ID. And then turn results. Now, give me also a callback that's optional. Um, I guess it's gonna take. Would be correct to wire it up like this? Or just take an ID, right? Um, foreign update foreign connections can be optional. It'd be more like get foreign map connections. Um, and then we'll give you um update for map connections. You take a UUID value ID. So we go for map controller MC in map controllers. Except I'd have to put I also have to be careful here. If foreign ID is equal to map ID, just return empty. In case we accidentally ask for our own connections, turn empty list. It's not really worth throwing an exception over, it's just silly, right? Update foreign map connections. But We won't know who the target is unless we put that in there somehow, or but we got to go through and get all of them. It would be nice to do it all at once. Update external connections. Oops. Map update function. I have to go through the list twice, or um or make this um get foreign map connections. Get foreign map connections. Get connections to foreign map. Oh, you get foreign map connections to ID value if, yeah, we need to collect them here, basically, is the only way. Um, like so, if MC map ID is equal to this ID, continue, don't get our own connections. Otherwise, add all MC dot get foreign map connections to the ID get foreign map connections though. Oh, get connections to foreign map is what I called you. Connections to foreign map with ID. Add those up. Return. This doesn't need list in the second part there. Return results. Okay. That's where I'm getting confused, is because this is for other maps just to return results. we bundle them all up in there together. This is a list connection data. We give you this as a callback. Get foreign map connections. And then we need to handle this ourselves. So reload map. If map path is not empty, we load map if get foreign map connections. No. Yes. Okay. I gotta rename you. Foreign map callback. Foreign map connection callback is what you need to be called. If you're not null, get connections to foreign map. No, foreign map. Connection data in foreign map connection callback. This needs to also be the correct signature. Like so. That's what I'm missing. Then come down in here, which can't be null. We just checked you. But this needs to also be called with map ID in it. No? What's going on here? You can't be null. I'm not allowing you to be. We just checked you. Map ID. Oh, map ID could be null too. It can't be in this case though. Because we just loaded you. Update connection. Nope. Yeah, update connection with this data. That'll take care of that. And then you over here, need to give this connection callback is get foreign map connections. Okay, now I reset you. You're not coming in. It's probably, I need to reload because this wouldn't have been loaded. Don't think. So if I go to gym, I reset, I can reset, it's happy, I can go entrance, I go back to gym, all that fires off. Okay. Displaying it, I can actually display it. Editing it is a problem. So we need to put some UI around that or give it yet another callback for editing, which, like, we already have these. Update external map connection. We can just use it. We've got it. We've already got a callback. So when I do my update here, it actually just, I think this becomes trivial to wire up, actually. Update connection data. Actually, this update connection, if data is the same map connection, do this. Update connection data still needs to get fired at the end. Else, if foreign map update function is not equal to null, foreign map update function data to route it there. And then update my connection data. Because this will trigger... It's not a same map connection. So I need you to just put this stuff into the tile. But I probably don't. I don't want to do that, I don't think. Can update the connection. And then update external map connection. See, update connection. That would be a loop. Unless I just... Well, hang on, I can't do this either. Because... this is my updating for... my stuff as well. So what I actually want to do here is roll that back. Just say if... Well, no, hang on. Because these come in... and I allow them to update me. It would have to be at the connection data right here stage. Not here, but the update tile. Because this is only called by the map. It's not empty if connection data is the same map connection. Do that. Otherwise, update external connections. No. Else for a map update function. This. If foreign map update function. The right one, right? Yes. If you're not null, do this. Which then calls back here. Update external map connection. We do that. And then it should be fine when we reload this map. So actually, using the tools we have here, we actually just want to do this first. No else. And then always do this. I think that works. I don't want the debug version, just the regular, please. App editor. So if I was, for instance, to come in here to the yim and change this to the east through the map boundary food, apply. Except for that's going to apply immediately. And it won't save the change. Maybe that's okay. Well, no, because we reset. We reset when we switch. We could move. That doesn't make sense. This would get instantly reverted. There would be no foo in gym entrance. I think we just need to disable. It doesn't make sense to be able to edit these. You can't edit destinations in any other place. This is more for awareness. So I think what we need to do is add just hang on. That's going to make this. It's going to make this not as usable. Update external map connection. Let's just take this out. The state business is going to be the tricky part. But this, I think we're just going to end up with get connections to foreign map only. I think this is going to go away because get connections to foreign map are going to be our only way to just like pull the data into us. And it's only for visual. We're going to have to make sure we can't try to edit them And it'll be fine, I think. And then we don't have to worry about this loop, though, which is nice. We just go, when we load a map, we reload it, whatever. We pull in all of our foreign connections so we can display them. I think that's going to be fine. Unless we change up map controller further to hold more state about itself in itself, as opposed to, well, that didn't work. No, did it? It works the second time around because reasons. Notify listeners. Um, which, like, we could do. It becomes tricky. We could have multiple maps with unsaved changes. That's a lot of complexity. Does it really add value? I don't think it does. We only do the expensive things when we're looking for them this way. Like we run through a map instead of like hunting through them or whatever. We only do the translation work of figuring out what the connection, where the connection data lives, if it's relevant. So I think it's probably okay. What we do need to do though is if we're going to go down this route, we're going to need the ability to disable that form and to say you can't edit external connections. And I'm not opposed to that. I think that's the best way. I think that's the nicest way to handle it. You could edit the connection data that leaves this map. It's not in there right now because it's good to have this set up this way to test, right? That's a thing. We could do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. But I think we're gonna double check our tests here really quick. They should all be passing still. Yes. add the ability maps when loaded / reloaded to pull in their pull in connections from other maps that are destination only, or yeah, connections from other maps which have this map as the destination and display that information. And then I don't like this as a reload. Fix this so we don't have to reload. Maybe we just do like maybe we'll just do a helper in there or something to trigger that callback. Like we can just do this. There's no reason to put it off. That way we can just update that and go from there. We select you, and then on a reload or a reselect, we reload everything. Sneeze. Okay. It would be nice. Does anybody use reload map anymore? Oh yeah, yeah, you do. Duh. That's probably fine for now. That's fine. Don't reload the whole map on selection the first time. Okay. That can go up for now. Yeah, I think so. I think we're good. And I think that we just need to... That's done, basically. For now, the first implementation. Like, we may change it in the future, but for now, it's done. We should check these. We do need to handle tag connections here for sure still. And also down here. We need to implement those things. But first and foremost, we need to Where was my to-dos? I think my to-dos are all just cleaned up by now. Let's just do it in the... You... Connection click. It's going to be set selected tile. It's going to go all the way to the form, basically. So let's just do here for now. Make selecting or make foreign connections not editable in the connection edit form. Foreign connections not drag droppable as well. We need to handle both of those so that you can't update a foreign connection like that. Because we can't just close off the get connections to foreign map. Get foreign connection data. We need to update connection data or update connection. So we can't just close off this to foreign connections. The same is true of this. That would be safer though, huh? We still need to display user feedback that says you're not allowed to do that, right? We want to do that. We'll think about whether or not we want to block it off here from running at all. But this is public too, so there's nothing stopping you from using it, right? And it needs to be public, I think. Value red. Maybe not. Update tile calls it. Lib app state dirt. Okay. Yeah, because here we update. Yes, okay. Yeah, that needs to be usable. Unless we like did a tag or something. We'll leave it as is for now. We'll handle this in the UI and give you feedback. Because we also got to handle like the case where you drag drop onto the tile, but you're modifying the exit on your side only. But that's all within the form. That's fine. That'll still work. And maybe we'll throw a snack bar at you or something like, hey, only updating connection from this map. Yeah, we'll go with that. But for me, I need to go have some lunch. I'm very hungry. And it's time for me to do that. And if the weather permits, in like an hour or so, I'll play some games. And if not, then it'll be the end of the day for streaming wise for me. But just watch for notifications in all the places you get those things. And you can find out if that's something that interests you. You can come join me and hang out there. But thank you to everybody who came to hang out today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers and good to meet those of you who are new viewers. I do this thing at least 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Monday Sorry, starting on Friday and ending on Monday, if I can get my days straight. So that means that for the next couple days, there won't be a coding stream unless I get like a wild hair and just decide to do one. But Friday at 10 a.m. Central, I'll be back here doing more of this again. I really want to get this branch finished up. And I would love to see you again. And if not, you guys have a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again.